All right, welcome everyone to our agenda review. Glad you're all here. Thank you for being here today. I will call this meeting to order. At this point, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Here.
And Stephanie Walker.
Okay, I'm sure she's on her way. We've not seen her yet. At this point, we'll go on to our invocation.
Heavenly Father, thank you for the New Hanover County Board of Education. And Father, I want to thank you specifically for Pete Wildebohr, for Melissa Mason, for Josie Barnhart, for Pat Bradford, for Stephanie Craybill, for Hugh McManus, and for Stephanie Walker. And Father, I would ask that you would give them great wisdom on how to lead the New Hanover County school system and all the different ages, on how to lead and care for the parents of the students that are in the New Hanover County system. I pray that you would give them wisdom on how to guide the administrators, the principals, and assistant principals on how to lead and care for the teachers. And I pray, Father, that you would give them not only wisdom, but great tact and tenacity and determination as they do their job. The ability to make tough and difficult decisions and then stand by those decisions. Father, I pray that you would bless each of them. I pray for unity and strength within the board. And Father, I thank you for our education system. I thank you for the freedoms that we love and enjoy in the United States. And I pray your great grace and your great blessing on this gathering. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. This is Michael Matta from Halifax Church, just giving an opening prayer for the school board. Thank you.
And I've asked Mr. McManus to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, Ms. Walker. All right, we will carry on. We're going to try to go through this pretty quickly, so we have a lot of important things to talk about, but we do have a very full agenda today. At this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second first. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, so two things. Wondering if we could move the Seabreeze under information instead of new business, because we're not doing anything, right? It's just for information for that. And then I needed to make a correction to the task force committee. Under main points, it has a lot of stuff written there. And the only thing I asked for was for us to discuss what type of committee it was, and was hoping that it would be lumped in with, student voice and the safety committee for SMEs. But if we are not ready to talk about that, I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same thing. I wasn't looking for any report from Ms. Walker or Dr. Faison on the work, the status, the goals, any of that. I just was thinking that we need to make it. Did you change it?
It says here that the board will review the district's task force committee to determine the status of the committee and review its goals and outcomes this far.
I take off the whole second half, because I'm not interested in that, because that's not my committee, and it's not what I need to hear at this point in time.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that,
Just the status part.
not even status, what kind of committee are we? So I don't know if that's what you call status, because when I hear status, I'm thinking, where are we? And that's not what I was looking for.
Okay. I have no problem. Ms. Walker?
Well, I think the question was asked whether we talk about it or not. No, October is the time that the full presentation is going to be there, and I had suggested maybe the chair and vice chair get together with me and discuss that. Maybe we can bring that up in October, but have conversations in the meantime so the full board, everybody can have a conversation. So I don't think we're ready for that today.
Then I would make a motion to remove it from the agenda. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Second.
The first and second to remove the item D, task force committee. Any other discussion?
I say no. I think
Okay.
that we need to decide what kind of committee it is so that we can protect the work of the committee going forward. It doesn't matter in October in October, it will define who makes the report. The district makes the report, or we make the report. But, so, I guess I'm happy to take it off, but, I'm not happy to take it off, but I will if it's going to cause agita. But I think that we need to discuss what kind of committee it is, because it will inform your work as the chair, and then it will also bring us into compliance with Policy 2230, where it's not listed there as a board committee, as a board advisory committee, as an ad hoc committee. Ms. Walker is on it. She was assigned to do that by Dr. Faust. So she's on it, so that if she's leading it, then it's a committee that we own. So we just have to figure out, who co-owns with her.
Sure, that's fine, but can I call the question?
Okay. You want to call the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, unless Ms. Bradford wants to go.
Ms. Bradford?
I'm happy to wait until October.
Okay, well, why don't we take a vote on it then? Would you please call the roll, Ms. Brewer?
Which are we voting on? The amendment?
We are voting on Ms. Walker's.
Oh, Ms. Barnhart made the motion, I seconded it.
Right. Motion to remove item D under information. Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Okay, so that will be removed. That passes 6-1. Ms. Bradford?
If I could speak to the new business local history, the historian coming is set for a specific time, and she knows it's when it is, and it specifically put it under new business because I will make a motion when it is over.
Ms. Craybill?
So, this is an agenda review meeting where we typically don't do old business and new business. And we went through a whole process with Ms. Bradford leading it, that this is what we do. We don't vote on things unless it's an emergency, or unless one of the senior staff has a deadline that they have to meet. And I'm just curious as to why this is even on the agenda at all. But if we move it up to item F of information, it doesn't change the timing on when our guest is going to arrive, because we don't have any old business. I don't know why it's on the agenda. And then new business, when you look at it, it doesn't say for board action, it says for information. So I didn't come to this meeting ready to vote on anything. I came to this meeting ready to hear a presentation. So I think that we need, and I say it every time, I think we need to follow our own rules.
Are you making a motion then?
I did make a motion. I made a motion to move the Seabreeze
Okay.
from new business to information.
Okay, so there's a motion to move Seabreeze from new business to...
That was the original motion.
Okay, from new business to information. Is there a second? Hearing none, we'll leave it at new business. So we do have an amended agenda now. We have deleted item D. We'll move item E up to D. Do we have a motion to accept the amended agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
The motion was, this is not an amended agenda.
It is, because we deleted the task force.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mr. Chair, did we get a second first? Because I wanted to just ask.
We had a second.
Oh, did you second? Okay, sorry.
Discussion?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask. I know we haven't gone over the next week's agenda yet, and I know we've already met deadlines in that, but would it be appropriate at that time to ask about maybe an addition, or are we?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
or you can do it next week. You can do it at the beginning of next week's meeting, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
To add what?
I don't know yet, but
I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure out when the right time is to do it.
she wanted to add something.
Right time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, that passes 6-1. We will carry on as we normally do, and again, we've asked Ms. Craybill to carry on with our timing, so I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. We will go ahead and start. Again, if you need to stop me, please do so. Call to order, roll call, approve the agenda, reflection, national anthem, Who would like to do the pledge next week? Okay. Bradford. All right, so we move on to approval of the minutes. Recognitions, we have 10 minutes for that.
We are going to do our classified recognitions for August as well.
Okay, so we need probably 15 then? Okay, let's go to 15.
What about for admin introductions?
We have already introduced everyone. There is one more that I'm going to actually try to bring to you next week. I was waiting until closed session came up,
Okay.
but I think we're caught up.
So 15 is still good?
So should we cross through administrative introductions? Let's cross through that then.
Replace it.
Okay. Teacher voice, 10 minutes. Superintendent's report, 5 minutes. Is that good for
Yep.
you? Okay.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, Ms.
In the
Graybill?
superintendent report, is that where we're going to get some information that didn't make it to the agenda?
When we talked last week, I was going to bring you guys a staffing and a budget update as a part of that superintendent's report.
Okay. Just making sure that that gets in there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Student voices on, is that because the students didn't have anything this month?
I don't know that we have. That's a good question.
Well, I mean, they're usually standing,
I do not have a point person for Student Voice. Student Voice did not participate in the month of July, so if anyone would like to instruct me of where we are on Student Voice, then I'll be happy to include.
I haven't designated
Okay.
Yeah, because that was one of my requests.
Designate
Yeah.
somebody.
okay. Well, I didn't know if anyone was communicating with the students about it. I didn't know if they had prepared anything. But you said you spoke to them.
I have not. I said I haven't had a chance to designate anyone to take over that yet, but I will.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Call to audience in 60 minutes. We have the New Hanover County Discipline update. How long do you think that will take, Ms. Farnham?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'm on information A. Information A. Are you in the orange sheet?
Because most of our detailed data is still embargoed, it's probably only going to be about 5 minutes unless there are particular questions that you have, so I would consider that.
Okay.
Can we get a clue of what it is?
It's the same level update that I gave last summer, which is a comparison of the prior year on total number of out-of-school suspensions, total number of in-school suspensions, incidents, reportable offenses. So it's that high-level data. I just can't go deeper because the data hasn't been verified by the state yet.
Why don't we say 10 minutes, that way there, because if there are some questions, so we're not going over the top.
And if there are questions ahead of time, let me know, and then I'll be ready for those.
Okay, Ms. Farnham?
Well, I have one, but when you're speaking just now, you said you will not be able to dive deeper. So specifically in regards to students who are potentially repeat offenders, we would not be able to dive into and really go into analyzing the data, because I think that that goes into a deeper conversation for us to have as far as decision makers. And so if we're not going to have that information, we're not going to be able. Okay, all right, thank you.
So what did you say on that after all this discussion? 5?
10.
10?
10. Mr. McManus?
I think this falls under the right area. It's my understanding that every principal does, in fact, call parents before they suspend them. I'm referring this to discipline. I mean,
That's our expectation. I know that some parents are harder to reach.
oh, real hard.
Difficult.
But they are trying to contact.
Correct. Especially in that K1, 2, and 3.
So is that in writing?
I will check, but that is our expectation, but we'll make sure we make that clear.
I'm just, if they're all calling, then
Sure.
we've resolved an issue.
Okay.
And if it's in writing, and I believe the principals certainly are calling,
Right.
then it just resolved that issue immediately.
Right. We can take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Varno, is this the report that says, there were this many assaults, there were this many weapons in the school? Is this part of that report that you're bringing?
So the coming, or I'll just watch. So, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why people don't show up. Their kid got sick and they can't come. So I think we need to kind of, narrow that down to make sure that, is it going to be the same that we can put 150 people in here But where are we going to put them all, kind of deal.
We'll have that for next week.
Yeah, I asked our folks to bring together tomorrow, next week, sort of a protocol and a format for how that's going to work.
A lot of pressure over there.
We have a sign up for how many people we take.
Right.
But that's going to have to go out pretty soon, like after this meeting is when we normally put that out, right? So people have time to decide if they're going to come, or they work it in if they're going to come, set up people time, and,
I think we also had talked about doing like we did before, where we had 2 rotations of, so it wouldn't be like the same group for 2 hours. It would be a group for an hour. I'll let
If you don't mind, I can, can we send out the protocol sort of to them by the end of the week?
Yeah, it's 2 weeks, not 1 week. Well, I mean, the town hall's 2 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure that everybody who wants to get in can get in, or we tell them that you may not get in, just so that everybody's clear before we go.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
had a question about, are we going to discuss that day about the format and everything, like the times and stuff? Okay.
Yep. So then we're carrying on to our consensus items. Oh, that's a good question. Well, let's say 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes is fair.
10?
10. Consensus items, we have 5 minutes. Again, we'll go one by one. If you have a question, please, now's the time to stop and ask. Ashley High School Marine Science MOU.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question. Is this brand new? What year was this established?
It is not brand new. It has been here since I've been here. I do not know what year we created it.
Probably 10 years ago. It's been around for quite some time.
You have some insight?
Mr. McManus?
I can share with you the catalyst is for Mrs. Smith, who was one of my teachers at Hoggard and was big into the environmental arena. And when they built Ashley, she went, and each school had an identifying at least academic arena. And that's why, I believe that's why that was given to Ashley, because she was the lead on that.
Well, my children were still in school when the academies were started, when the specialty, Dr. Markley was here and my kids were in school. So they're at least 10 years old.
Yeah. She can answer that. Somebody wants to contact her. I'm being serious.
Well, we could probably just look it up.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. You have a question? I'm sorry. Oh, next one. Okay. Title I, application 2425. Ms.
Thank you,
Barnhart.
Mr. Chair. I just wanted to verify, because I know we were estimating financially to have a loss about 15% of our Title I funding. That did not happen, thankfully. Did the allocations for our Title I schools, did they go equally out to those schools again in the budgetary process, or?
So Trish Cook has done allocations to the schools. I think they're actually in the middle of that process, actually getting all that entered based on the plans that were submitted by the schools. But remember, the amounts that were given to the schools for them to build the plan was based on an estimate. We do not have the actual federal Title I allotments as of today.
Okay, all right, thanks. But if that estimate is different, is the allocations going to be evenly distributed among the Title I schools?
There's actually a formula that she has to use to do the allocations, and she would use that formula to allocate the remaining amount. And then, of course, that would come back to the board for approval.
Thank you for that clarification.
Ms. Bradford?
So the 15% could be applied? I thought I'd read that it wasn't being applied, the 15% loss, Title I.
So when we finalized the last budget resolution that came to the board, we did not include a 15% reduction because Dr. Fowles had spoke to some people at the state, and we were hearing that had changed, and then we were not expecting the 15%. So we held the Title I amount the same as last year for our estimate. And we'll know, once the allotment comes through, we'll know if that was a good or bad estimate and adjust accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
There was some confusion regarding whether or not the federal money reduction also included the ESSER money ending. And so people were thinking that 15% cut also included that ESSER funding as well. So the Title I money specifically may not have been as cut as that one.
Is 15%, wasn't it like $6 million? That's a lot of money. 15% is $6 million.
All right, carrying on. We are on letter C under consensus items, New Hanover County Schools Technology and Digital Learning Plan. Mr. Grable?
Yes, the plan is very thorough. Thanks, Dawn. Your department did a good job. You've been working on it for quite some time. I had a question, though, when I was reading down through the people who are responsible, that the digital teaching and learning specialists and curriculum and instruction specialists are listed on a number of places, and I was under the impression that some of these positions were not, were being eliminated, and we transferred people in. So do we have to make a change to this, or how is that going to work when we have a whole lot less people?
Go ahead, Don.
We still have the digital teaching and learning specialists. We just have 2 instead of 6. So they're the responsible party of making sure it gets done. Doesn't mean they're doing all the work necessarily. So, and the curriculum specialists, they're still in place as well in the core areas. So we don't need to change the responsible party because those groups can still meet and make sure that those tasks get accomplished. The plan is to, for a lot of these, we are bringing in other people, not just within the 2 departments. We'll be bringing people from the schools and even possibly some parents in some areas to help get some of this work done.
So second question is, this is a working document, I'm assuming, right?
Correct.
And so when we have, in some of the timelines, we have, June 24 to June 25, and some of them we just have, annual review, some of them we have ongoing, and, Total Quality will tell you, you can't have ongoing. We need to have, like, when is this plan going to be that we're going to look at it again? Or are you counting your annual review as that we have to do that? Like, do we have to report this, I guess, to DPI, or report this somewhere on a, annual basis, biannually, triannually? How does that work?
There is no report to DPI that's required. We've done this plan for a couple of reasons. Dr. Faust at the time asked me to create a plan because there wasn't a separate technology plan, and it wasn't seamlessly integrated in our strategic plan, as well as with DPI, in order to do some applications for some of their grants, they require us to have a technology plan. So I'd like an example under goal HC2 where it says continuous. That just talks about certified staff having one goal on their PD plan that focuses on learning. So it could say yearly instead of continuous, but basically it's the same thing. We expected every year for them to have that goal.
So this is going to be reviewed annually, and changes made and put back to the board for approval, or are we going to say like every 2 years? And that's a lot of work for you.
Correct. We are going to do a plan from this. We're going to create a yearly plan of what we're going to accomplish in each year.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to go through, try and accomplish everything that we say we're going to do. And then there will be a report saying what we have done and what we haven't done and what needs to carry forward. And then there'll be a new year. So every year we will be doing a yearly plan that makes sure we meet the goals of the technology plan.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a clarification question for you. You said that we would be pulling in different people.
We've even talked about, where it's feasible location-wise, can we have high school students go to the middle school and do it there? So we're trying to work through to see what it is all we're allowed to and able to do, but yes, we do.
I appreciate you sharing it. Thank you.
And Don, if you please the board, what we can do is use this plan just every year to give you guys an update on goals and objectives.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going, is that if you're going to review it, then we should see what the review is that has been done, kind of like a financial audit or any other audit that we do. Would the review take place, would the stakeholders who helped create this plan be involved in the review, or is that just, because when you look in, like, let's just go with, DPS1, because that's where I'm sitting. The Director of Network Security, the Director of Technology and Client Services, Senior Leaders, and Technology Division. That's who's responsible for this. So would they be the ones that would be annually reviewing, or would you have like a review team? That's what I'm getting to is, are all the stakeholders going to have a chance to take a look and see the plan that they created? Will you at least have a representative helping review that, or is that just strictly kind of going to be your purview?
No, we are going to be bringing other people in. So in creating the plan, we actually invited a large group of principals, large group of assistant principals, and all the different stakeholders. There were actually multiple Zoom sessions done to collect their input. So we won't be able to, it's not feasible to go to that whole group to kind of get their input. But basically, when you're talking about like the DPS one as far as the.
I just picked that one.
Yeah, so it's not going to be the director of network security who's going to basically make the determination whether we're, doing what we need to do. It's going to be a group of people. We have an ETAC committee, an Educational Technology Advisory Committee. They'll be in on this process. We'll be bringing administrators on this process. So there'll be multiple people working in on, making sure that we accomplish those goals, and then we will summarize that for the board on a year-to-year basis.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
All right.
It's a great plan. You guys did a lot of good work.
Mr. Chair, I just have one, it's just a
Welcome, go
general
ahead.
question, and it's probably, it doesn't matter, but does it cost budget money to do a plan like this?
It did, but it was very minimal.
Thank you. Good question. Going on to D, pre-K MOU 2425. Ms. Bradford, you had your hand up.
Actually, no.
It's the next one I have a question on.
Ms. Walker.
This is just to deal with the county funded programs, and I guess I just had general questions. I was looking at it. It looks like it's for 12 sites, but I guess I'm confused because we just got additional funding from the endowment for 2 classrooms, but that's to shore up this amount or not?
That's in a separate MOU, I believe, correct? Or it's in a separate account?
So the endowment is separate, so that's actually a separate grant that we'll receive from them for the 2 classrooms.
That's, so that was my question. So is it 14 now or still 12?
So the county says that they're providing funding for 12 classrooms. However, their funding actually wasn't enough to fund all 12, so we ended up putting some Title I money with it to actually fund those 12.
Okay, so that's what you said, but the endowment, is that 2 additional?
Yeah, so if you say the 12 from that MOU plus the 2 from the endowment, that's 14.
Okay, thank you.
And we're putting Title I money in with it to actually fund the 14, because we couldn't do it without that.
That was a misconception. I just thought that we didn't have enough for the 12 and we needed the endowment money for that, but this is for an additional 2 on top. Okay.
Barnhart?
I appreciate this MOU. I know we did not receive the Head Start grant, and so some forward thinking, I don't know, now that it's not being funded with a grant fund Head Start, if there's an opportunity for us to potentially ask the endowment for a Head Start grant, not for this school year, I think that turnaround time would be 2, but forward thinking, since the grant is already pretty much filled out and created, that might be an opportunity for us to try to pick up some more of those pre-K students next year. So I don't know if Ms. Smiles or Dr. Cook.
We are already thinking and working and
Wonderful.
kind of putting our heads together about what we can do next year, because the Title I money that we're using this year would not be sustainable for next year. So we are thinking of all different things to see what we can do.
I appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Well,
I know I'm going to, I've learned so much more about pre-K than I ever thought I would ever know about the funding for pre-K. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion about the budget, the money part, and I had asked the question about enrollment. I know Dorothy Johnson, P. Johnson is going through something right now, but I asked the question, if funding came available, could you enroll students? And they said yes, they could. So, I mean, it doesn't end just because we can't enroll right now, doesn't mean if we don't get funding. So I don't know how we work on getting more funding. I know we moved some Title I money around, which I think is great. But the loss of the grant was very hard. I think it reduced our classrooms almost in half, pre-K classrooms. And I think that's awful, because, I mean, we really wanted to build a program. And that's part of the reasons the county funded more classrooms, because they believe in it. I don't know what we could do to get that back, but we don't even know who the recipient is. I think we'll find out. Do we know if we're going to find out in August?
Still haven't heard.
We still haven't been notified, but I will tell you that since you mentioned Johnson, that we actually will have 7 regular A classrooms there and 3 EC classrooms at this time.
And do they move Freeman pre-K over there?
Yes, we did move our Freeman classrooms, and I want to say that's what we had discussed, and yes, we did stay with that, trying to keep all those students together.
I know there was a question about pre-K being at Freeman because the students would roll on into elementary, but now it's kind of separating them from the school.
Yeah. Well, what it also did was it allowed us to keep, because if I remember correctly, we could not have the 3-year-olds at Freeman, so it allows the brothers and the sisters and the parents to have one location.
Okay.
And I do want to say that's from my memory of a lot of discussion. Like you said, we've been deeply engrossed in pre-K.
Ms. Sutton.
Sorry, I wanted to add some clarification. The county also approved, I can't remember if it's in this final draft of the MOU or not, but they did approve for any of the carryover that we had last year related to those grants would carry over into this year. So that also helped us fund those 12 classrooms. I just want to make sure I said that because that was an additional funding that they let us have.
And before we carry on, board members, I just was alerted that the ADA that was speak to us later on is here. Why don't we carry? My thought would be we carry on through the rest of this, and then instead of going in closed session, why don't we, if it's all right with everybody, why don't we hear from the ADA, and then we can go into closed session. Is that okay? By consensus?
You need to vote on it, yeah.
By consensus, we can vote. I make a motion that we move the cell phone use under information up after this before closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Carries 7-0. Thank you, board members. Let's carry on with this then. We just talked about D, so E, budget amendment. Would you like to give us more information on that, Ms. Sutton?
So I did receive some questions. So I'm going to try my best to answer the questions, but if I miss one, just let me know. So with the budget amendments, what happened, we signed a resolution, I believe it was in May, to allow me to finish closing out the books. So any revenue that came in during June, we could go ahead and maximize our funding to be able to not revert any funds back to state or federal. And so that's the amendment that you see here. This is our final amendment to close out the books. And so as you can see, we received for state, we had an amendment of 1.1 million. And I'm just going through the net. For local, $750. For federal, $239,000. And child nutrition, we received about $965,000 more than we initially thought we were going to receive, and so that money just hadn't been budgeted yet. So that didn't necessarily all come in June, but we made the adjustment in June. And then we also had $433,000 come in for our other restricted funds, so that's where we keep our grants and donations that we receive. And so some of these funds we had anticipated receiving, we just hadn't actually received the revenue yet at the time, the due date for the June board meeting for agenda review. But if you, and a couple more things, so with state, some of that funding, the state will provide funding. For example, if we have retirements or terminations and we have payouts that we process, the state will cover whatever the cost of that payout is. And so some of what you see here, the revenue that we've recorded, was to have our revenue match our expenses because we know the state is going to cover those things. So if you look at all of these adjustments through the budget resolution you have in front of you, the additional revenue that came in, that was things that we hadn't adjusted for or planned for, were some federal funding that will carry over into next year. That was about $239,000. We received some EC funding of about $216,000, some Title I about $18,000, and supporting effective instruction was about $3,500 that we received. All those funds will actually carry forward into this year. So that'll be part of our budget plan for this year. And I'll bring carryover information to the board for approval. Once I have all that information, I usually bring all the carryover at one time. And for state, so excluding the federal that's going to carry over, the other revenue amounted, the net change was about $472,000. And so that would fall into our savings or our fund balance. And so that's part of the calculation when we're estimating our fund balance that I shared before. Did that answer all the questions? I know I didn't go line by line, so I may have missed a question. Okay.
Ms. Graybill?
Yes, so on page 1 of the document that, that we are going to sign, where it says local current expense fund amendment number 5, and the last paragraph, the last sentence says adjust fines and forfeitures revenue to actual collections. Are we down significantly because Mr. Vogel's lawyer didn't show up to a lot of the hearings to collect money or to make claims on that?
No, actually, comparing the difference between what I estimated and what we actually collected was only the $750 that I have noted here. So it was a small difference from what we had budgeted versus what came in.
Okay.
When I was looking at this, I'm not familiar with the budget rethink grant, so I'd love, it doesn't have to be right now, but just to get some more information about that, of what we're doing with that. It says the budget rethink grant with our special needs students with disabilities.
Which one is it?
So
It was under the state, I believe.
the budget rethink grant, and I will have to go back and look at my notes on exactly what that PD is. So for some reason, the state decided this past year to start, instead of paying our teachers directly for attending this professional development, they decided they would start running it through our books. So what that ended up being was they gave us that money, and then we wrote the check to the teachers for attending that PD.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarity.
All right, carrying on. Disposal of surplus property?
What happened to, just update the sewing machines, or, so there's 27 that are going out the door. Did the programs close, or? Anybody know?
I'm sorry,
You can go to the
I'll get an
sales
answer to that, I don't know that one.
I just was wondering what was happening with the sewing machines. There's 39 sewing parts. I didn't know if a program closed.
Right.
On the soda machines?
Sewing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the sewing machines.
Well,
How would you make that?
There are 3 hospitals.
There you go, okay.
you know, as we sow, so shall we reap, so we'll
Yeah.
find out where they are.
Oh, yeah. A lot of iPads, too.
Oh, gosh, there's a
Are
lot
they
of,
updated iPad? Are they like modern-ish?
No, we don't surplus modern-ish devices.
No?
They are ones that can no longer be updated as far as operating system, and chances are they're probably also broken beyond cost-effective to repair.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody wants to know. Yeah. All right, contract with New Hanover County Health and Human Services for health services school nurses. Questions, Ms. Bradford?
looks like it's $1.6 million. Where do the funds come from? Ms. Sutton? Sorry, I didn't prep you for that.
That's no.
Yeah, I have the budget code here, and we're pulling this from local funds at this point in time.
Chair, I have a follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
So local school funds or from county funds? Because do they provide I know they do nurses, and they do these as well? Mental health? Or is it just?
Yes, this is so these two
Local
are
means
separate.
county.
So the 1.56 million is for our school nurse program, and so that is all coming from local funds.
So both are local? You just said
The mental health is not a contract, it's an MOU, and there's no dollar amount attached to that.
Next, we'll talk about the MOU for between New Hanover County Board of Education, New Hanover County Health and Human Services for school-based mental health. Do you have questions, Walker, right now?
There is no cost to it?
There is no cost.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me clarify. It is a very expensive service. There is no cost to the school district.
Got it.
Capital outlay fund project transfer. Okay.
Oh, wait, I have a question. I can't read my writing sometimes. I guess this goes, well, I don't know who it goes to. Eddie, how did we save that money that we're moving over? Because there's really no such thing as a savings, but where'd that money come from?
So when we submit a budget request, a lot of times it's based on an estimate, and we were budgeted based on that estimate, and the actual bids come in under budget.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our final item is J, North Carolina Education Lottery applications for the year 24-25, including the Public School Building Capital Fund and the Public School Building Repair and Renovation Fund applications. Well, lots of hands go up that one. Go ahead, Mr. Walker, I saw you first.
Well, I guess that we're applying, right, Mr. Anderson, for these, but we don't know if we'll get them, right?
So the projects are identified in the capital budget process, and we anticipate revenue and base the dollar amount on that anticipated revenue. So these projects, there is currently revenue within the North Carolina Education Lottery allotment for these projects.
I think you mentioned last time, we get about $2 million for that.
It's about, this is, 1.8 million.
Right. I feel like you mentioned that some other meeting that we get about $2 million. Maybe it was at Legion. I don't know.
Could, yeah.
Mr. McManus, do you have your hand up? No, sir? Okay. Ms. Bradford?
He answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Barnhart?
I just have a question for clarity, Mr. Chairman. I know last month the board had voted on asking to receive funding for a full workup for New Hanover High School of all of the total cost of what it's going to be. So I see structural repairs on here, so I'm assuming that these are specifically things that we've already targeted and isolated requesting those, because to my knowledge, we have not received that full list of things for New Hanover High School. Okay, thank you.
So we're not discussing our last week today.
We are. It's down.
In a minute.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So then we carry on. Old business, there's nothing at this point. New business, nothing at this point. Committee reports. Yes, ma'am?
Well, that's where I was waiting for. I didn't know if the board would want to add an item. I mean, it's up to the board, obviously, but it come to my attention that I think, and someone had a discussion, probably a few of us, about the women's wrestling program, whether it was co-ed or not, whether it was any kind of Title IX issue with fairness about, their sport. And I didn't know if we could add it just for information, or if, I don't know, it can be an action item, I just don't know anything about it. And I was hoping we could gather information about the status and maybe a potential cost for hiring or, supplementing.
So, right now, I've asked John Henry, give a wave, Mr. Henry, to do a little more research on that. We have female members of all of our wrestling programs. Most of them are considered a co-ed program rather than two separate groups. Laney is the only school that has several members. So what I asked John to do is check with the North Carolina School Board Association, North Carolina High School Athletic Association, and find out how many schools and districts have separate teams rather than combined teams.
Yeah.
So most of them, right now, they are a combined co-ed team. So the question would be whether we want to put that into the budget to have separate teams or not.
Right.
And so that's kind of where it sits. But I wanted him to do a little more legwork to make sure I knew how much we were getting into.
Would he be able to, Mr. Henry, do it by next week, or no? Is that too short?
I can update the board as I get information. I don't know if he'll have that by next week, quite frankly. So
Okay.
we've been asking.
So I guess whenever it's ready, could we put it
Sure.
on the agenda for discussion and possible vote if we need to? Okay.
And what I would suggest, that why don't we, because we're not sure if we're going to have that report by next week. If we do, we'll just amend it at the beginning, and we can just first and second that and then vote on it as we need to.
And the
Ms. Cravo?
wrestling season is not until the winter.
Correct.
So we do have some time. We don't have to rush through. And then we obviously would want our athletic director to weigh in conjunction with Colonel Henry.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say, as far as him doing research and reaching out to high school athletic associations, it might be nice for us to know that threshold of minimum competitors if we do split it into two, so that we have that knowledge too. So that might be wise to do research.
And one of the things we're looking at too is whether or not having separate teams would create more interest in the program or
Yes,
not.
very good, yeah.
You know, so that's one of the things we're looking at and researching as well.
Because I guess if we're being true to the, I guess the title, if there's a need and a desire, and one program's already doing that, I mean, it would create probably more interest for female athletes that will live and do wrestling, and I don't know, co-ed wrestling doesn't.
Well, I don't think they, tell me if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, but I don't think that the boys compete against the girls, I think it's girls, or am I wrong?
No, they compete.
They
girls
So
compete
in the
against
co-ed
boys.
team, it's obviously divided up by weight class, and so often a girl will wrestle. The wrestling can be both ways.
Okay, all right.
Because generally, there wouldn't be enough females in in all the different weight classes to qualify.
Okay. that makes
So yeah,
sense.
because, you're going to do the study on what's happening around us.
I just asked to do a little more knowledge so we know what we're looking at before we jump
In
in.
case there are females out there that want to pursue wrestling, in a college career.
Sure. A lot of scholarships out there for that, that's great. Okay, so just finishing up, as we had said, we have old business, new business, committee reports. I don't think we have any there.
I do.
You do? But
Yes.
but that's for today, right?
I can do it today, yes.
Yeah, it's under today.
Okay.
Yeah, the finance.
Yeah.
It's a closed session. I don't think we'll need one, but we may.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am?
are committee reports done by the committee chairs?
Typically, I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I believe so. Unless
Just
they-
checking.
Unless they delegate it to someone else.
okay.
Yes.
Mr. Willebar, I would ask, we are closing in on the final principal hire for Holly Tree.
Okay.
So if you can do a closed session so that we can bring a personnel agenda next week, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so let's add
And, yeah, gotcha.
15 minutes in for that,
the end?
Mr. Craybill?
Pardon me? Oh,
Would you add 15 minutes in for the closed session? Well, let's say 20 minutes for closed session.
It'll be an additional personnel agenda, but it'll be very small.
Okay. So then we will have to come out after that and vote, correct? Or no?
Well, you have it over here you have it on the
Number 17.
number 17. Thank you. My Roman numeral game isn't on point.
Yeah, we have closed session, but we would need to come out and vote afterwards, correct, or no?
yes.
Well, you have closed session, but then XVIII is consensus items personnel report.
Is that for today, or is that?
That's for
That's today.
All right, you'll make
Sure
a
that,
motion.
yeah, that's not on there next week.
So
Jiminy Crickets, I'm
we
right.
do have to add something
Yeah.
to come back and vote.
Yeah.
So we have to put in the XV 111,
Okay,
18, and then move everything down.
okay, well, I guess it's been updated already. He's showing me this.
I got you. Just so
Okay.
if we can have one,
Okay.
I appreciate
Yes.
it.
If you would add that in, please.
Okay. And then did I hear that we are having committee reports at the board meeting itself, or are we
I-
just having committee reports today?
Today, I believe, unless somebody has something. Okay, very good. So,
We're
Ms.
not going to
Cribble,
strike it, we're just not going to have a time.
you're
Okay,
up.
so, and then putting in 10 minutes of break time? in
Please.
there? Okay, so it's 170 minutes.
Okay.
Where's my calendar?
Under 3 hours.
Oh, do not start bragging. Do not start bragging. Do not. There it is, 14 and a half hours later. Wow.
At the gym.
Okay,
It's 2 hours and 0.83 minutes,
All
so
right.
roughly 3 hours.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, at this point, as we had voted on, we are going to hear from Assistant District Attorney Herring, and
Ashton Herring.
Ashton Herring will be providing an overview of cell phones used by minors and the potential of charges associated with illegal actions. Is that in person or? Oh,
She's here.
okay.
While we're waiting for her to get on, at the safety conference, or the safety summit that the Center for Safer Schools is putting on this week, that was a big topic in several different of our sessions.
Oh, wow.
And trying to get more schools to actually allow people like our DA to talk with our students about this, because they have a program that is tailored down to students, for adults to hear, but also for students to hear. Kind of like what Ben David would go around to the 8th graders and Yeah, oh, and she presented to the SHAC team, like twice.
Welcome,
It's very
ADEA
timely.
hearing. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Does everyone know what I'm here to talk about? Do I need to introduce myself? Okay. My name is Ashton Herring. I am an assistant district attorney for the New Hanover and Pender County District Attorney's Office. I've been with New Hanover and Pender County District Attorney's Office for the past almost 5 years now. Before then, I was briefly at the Onslow District Attorney's Office. During that time period for the past 4 years, a little over 4 years now, I've been the juvenile prosecutor for New Hanover County. I'm not the juvenile prosecutor for Pender County. They have a much different caseload than I do. And then also, along with being the juvenile prosecutor, I prosecute felonies in Superior Court and have been doing that for over 4 years as well. But I'm here mostly to talk about what I have seen being the juvenile prosecutor for 4 years, what trends I have seen, in particular with children and cell phone use and in the school system.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this slideshow is titled Obscene Materials and Cell Phones. It's just a portion of a PowerPoint that I typically give to our school resource officers. I train them every year, and then recently gave it at one of your retreats to the administrative staff of New Hanover County Schools. I created this and put this in those PowerPoints because over the 4 years that I've been the prosecutor for juveniles in New Hanover County, I have seen a significant number of cases arising from the schools where kids have possessed obscene material on their cell phones, and it typically either is distributed while they're at school in possession of those cell phones, or it is discovered while they're at school in possession of those cell phones, either by law enforcement seeing it on Instagram or Snapchat, or a student telling a teacher or law enforcement officer in the school about a Snapchat or a group chat where these images have arisen. So a lot of people call it child pornography. What the state actually calls it, what the statute is sexual exploitation of a minor. There are 3 different degrees of this offense. You have first degree sexual exploitation of minor. It's a Class C felony, and that importance will come in a little bit later. We don't typically see this with juveniles being charged as a Class C because, as you can see, it's usually producing a recording or a picture of a minor engaged in sexual activity, or recording, photographing it, or duplicating it for the purpose of pecuniary gain. Those don't typically happen with kids because they're not typically taking these photos for production. They're typically taking these photos, as I'll get into a little bit later, to send to other people as part of a dating relationship, or to impress someone else. Typically, what I see is the Class E felony, which is second degree sexual exploitation of a minor, which is recording, photographing, duplicating, distributing, receiving, or exhibiting material of a minor engaged in sexual activity. Those are typically the images that you would think of when you think of child pornography. So you're talking about an image of a minor engaged in sexual activity. So you're talking about nude photos where a minor's genitalia is exposed. You're also talking about videos of kids engaged in masturbation, oral sex, or vaginal or anal sex. Those are all photos and videos that I have seen on minor cell phone and distributed. It's very easy to be charged with this Class C because it's the recording, photographing, duplicating, distributing, or receiving this photo. Most kids are getting in trouble, or this is being brought to people's attention because it's been distributed. So sent to someone else or posted online. And then you have third degree, which is a Class H felony, which is just the possession of the material of a minor engaged in sexual activity. What most kids, well, for one, most kids and most parents do not know that this is illegal, that it is illegal, and you can be charged with a felony to possess or distribute photographs of a minor, even if it's a photograph of yourself. So if you are under the age of 18 and you take a nude selfie, just possessing that photo on your cell phone is that Class H felony. Now, if you send that photo to someone else, say your boyfriend or your girlfriend, then you have the Class E felony. And when we talk about felonies, if you guys aren't familiar, Class A felony is first-degree murder. That's the most serious offense we have in North Carolina. And then the seriousness of the offense goes down the alphabet. So you have a Class B, Class C, which you have first degree, Class D, Class E, Class F, Class H, Class I. So these are, a Class E felony is a relatively high-level felony, and a Class C felony is certainly a very high felony, even though we don't see that one very often. It has been charged in juvenile court, and then the Class H felony is still a felony. One day I had a kid who was 16, charged with the secondary sexual exploitation of a minor. It happens very often when I have a juvenile charged with this type of offense. They come into court and they're like, well, I didn't know that it was a crime. I didn't know that it was a felony, especially, and the parent has no idea either. So they're not only learning that for the first time, but when you're 16 or 17 in North Carolina and you learn that you're charged with the Class E felony, you also learn that it can be a mandatory transfer to superior court for trial as an adult. So the 16-year-old girl came into court. She was charged with the Class E felony with her mom. I think she was laughing about this because she was like, this can't actually be serious. Like, you guys are joking. It was just essentially a revenge case where she was in an argument with a friend, didn't like the friend, and so she had received a nude from that friend and then distributed it to other people. And so she's laughing about this in court, and Judge Corpening, who's our chief district court judge in New Hanover County and also presides over juvenile court, looked at her and said, this is mandatory transfer to superior court for trial as an adult unless the prosecutor decides to keep you in juvenile court. And suddenly her and her mom both start crying because they had no idea. So how is this happening? I just want to give you guys a little background, even though I've talked to you a little bit. Typically it starts with a student taking a video or a picture of themselves, and then the student sends the image to someone the student trusts or wants to impress, so that you're talking about the boyfriend-girlfriend or girlfriend-boyfriend relationship, but you're also talking about the friend relationship. So like a female sending an image to another female saying, hey, what do you think? How do I look? And then those two females no longer get along, and one of them decides to get back at them by sharing a nude image that they had received in confidence. And then eventually that image gets distributed to usually a group of individuals through a group chat. I've said multiple times to parents and kids, nothing good ever comes from being in a group chat as a kid. And so then it starts circulating in that group chat, and eventually it gets posted online, which is usually how law enforcement or a teacher gets alerted to the material. Sometimes it's someone in the group chat itself who alerts teachers or law enforcement about the material. Sometimes someone will post an image of themselves online. I've had cases like that. Sometimes people will operate exposure accounts. If you're not familiar with exposure accounts, they're typically operated on Snapchat or Instagram, where they're an anonymous account. There's like, for example, there's like Wilmington spilled the tea, or New Hanover County spilled the tea, or New Hanover High spilled the tea, and then various other accounts with similar names. And their purpose is exposing individuals, and usually they're exposing individuals by posting obscene material. There's usually accounts that do gossip, like the Spill the Tea, and obscene material can be part of that gossip, right? But there's other accounts that operate just for the sole purpose of uploading nude images or videos of minors or other people that they know engaging in sexual activity. So people will either operate an exposure account, or they'll send something to an exposure account. I've had kids send pictures of themselves to exposure accounts because they want it posted to see what the feedback will be of their video or image. And then I've also had that revenge situation where either two exes break up and they want to get back at each other, or two friends are mad at each other and will post it that way. For the dating relationship part of it, it's typically they'll send to their significant other, and then significant other will be like sending it to their group friends in a group chat saying, hey, look what my girlfriend or boyfriend just sent me. It can also happen when you download an image from the internet. If it's an image depicting a minor engaged in sexual activity, that's the definition, right, of the obscene material for the statute. They download that from the internet and they have it on their phone. Even if they don't send it to someone, that's still that Class H felony. And then taking a video as a joke. Give me 1 second. So this is something, I've seen it a lot over the past 4 years, but I've seen a significant increase in, I would say, the last 6 months. What will happen is it's typically either middle school age boys or young high school age boys. One boy will be engaging in the act of masturbation in the school bathroom, and another boy will be in there at that time, hear it, or suspect that it's going on, and they stand up on top of the stall, take their cell phone and drape their cell phone over the stall and start recording the other kid, and then immediately press send because kids have that instant reaction to just share everything from their phone to their friends. So they immediately press send and send it to a group chat, and either someone in that group chat will post it on Snapchat, or they themselves will then post it on Snapchat without even thinking about it, because kids these days just share their entire lives. How they share and communicate is through their cell phones and through the internet and group chats. So they do it almost without even thinking. And let's see here, I've had 5 cases, I think, since March about that exact scenario. 3 separate cases, and then at least 5 individuals were charged from those 3 separate cases. And when I asked them, or a therapist asked them, or the defense counsel asked them, why did you do it? Their response in all 3 of those cases, all 5 of those individuals' response was, we thought it was a joke. And they don't understand that they just distributed an image of someone that everyone at that school knows. Because while New Hanover may be big, all these kids pretty much know each other because they have that communication and that connection through social media. So that kid has just been humiliated beyond belief for what they thought would be a practical joke. And as we all know, it's really hard to get images taken back from the internet once it's been put out there, even though that's the goal that law enforcement has once they get word of this case. So if you are lucky enough to stay in juvenile court, here are the consequences of committing these types of offenses. You'll get placed on 12 months of supervised probation. You'll get a sex offender-specific evaluation, and then receive sex offender-specific treatment based off of that evaluation. Because sexual exploitation of a minor is a sex offense under North Carolina general statute. And then you could get residential treatment facility based off of that evaluation, which is where you get removed from the home and placed at a treatment facility. You'll get at least or close to 100 hours of community service, no unsupervised access to the internet, no unsupervised access to a cell phone, may be required to register as a sex offender. It's not mandatory in juvenile court that you register as a sex offender because of how our law is written with juveniles, but it is something that I, as a prosecutor, could petition a court to have you registered as a sex offender as a juvenile. And then your cell phone seized, which for kids is like the end of the world. Honestly, sometimes kids are more concerned about the fact that their cell phone has been seized than they are about the fact that they are charged with a felony and have to do all these things. And then you have a felony conviction, which in New Hanover County, as I'm sure you probably are aware of, if you have a felony conviction, even in juvenile court, which we call an adjudication, you can't play sports, I think, for 4 seasons, but typically if you're in high school and you get a felony adjudication, that means you can't play sports throughout the rest of your high school career, which we know sports and extracurricular activities like sports are huge protective factors for our kids. And so they get that protective factor taken away from them because of the adjudication. So if you are 16 and 17 as the law stands right now in North Carolina, and you get charged with that Class C or Class E offense, then it is a mandatory transfer to Superior Court unless I, and only I, as the prosecutor, elect to adjudicate you in juvenile court. Judge Corping doesn't have the power to do that. The defense attorney doesn't have the power to do that. It's only me. And so that's the position these kids are placed in. And if they do get transferred to Superior Court, it's mandatory registration as a sex offender because this is a sex offense. And for adults, if you commit a sex offense in North Carolina, you must be registered as a sex offender. If you're a Class C felony, which is that first-degree sexual exploitation of a minor, you're looking at a minimum sentence of 4.8 years in prison to a maximum sentence of, I think it's 6 years in prison. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. And if it's the Class C felony, it's a mandatory prison sentence. You don't have the option of probation. If it's the Class E felony, it's a minimum sentence of 1.6 years to a maximum sentence of 2 years. And then if it's a Class H felony, it's a minimum sentence of 5 months to a maximum sentence of 6 months. If you are eligible for probation and a judge sentences you to probation, then it can be up to 3 years of supervised probation. You also have an adult felony conviction on your record, and your cell phone is seized and you're likely not getting it returned to you. So this is the dire situation that we're in right now. The law just changed that starting December 1st, 16 and 17-year-olds who commit Class A through E felonies will automatically be charged as an adult. There is no election for me to keep you in juvenile court. You do not start in juvenile court. You do not get that confidentiality right. You do not get that sealed record right. You are charged as an adult. It is public record. You are given either a secured or unsecured bond. And it will show on your criminal record that you've been charged with this offense at 16 or 17 years old. And we just talked about how easy it is to commit this type of offense and that kids are committing it all day, every day. It's very popular in the school system. It's called now a reverse waiver. It's going to be called something different starting December 1st, but it is a way to bring a kid who's been charged as a 16 or 17-year-old as an adult to juvenile court's jurisdiction, which hopefully we can utilize. But the problem with that is once a bell has been rung, it's really hard to unring it. So once a kid has been charged as an adult and exposed to that adult system, that's one, already damaging, and two, that public information is already out there. Hopefully we can get it expunged from the record so that when someone, example, colleges or scholarship committees or employers run that criminal record, it won't show up. But if it's not expunged, then it will show up on the criminal record, even if I take it down to juvenile court. So that's all the information I have for you. I did create, we called it last fall, like risky behaviors in social media or in the media initiative. It's an outline of what I would hopefully like to talk to kids and their parents about to inform them that this is criminal activity, that it is a felony, that you can be charged with this felony. How does it occur? How can it be prevented? What should you do if you receive this type of information or this type of material? If you would like to see it, I have a few copies of that. I think it's already also been shared with a few school administrators, and I also have copies of the PowerPoint too, if you'd like that.
Do we have any questions, board member? First off, thank you very much for that very eye-opening presentation. I think it's very, very good. And I guess I'm going to start with a question. You had mentioned, talking to students.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to do that? I mean, through PTAs, through, what do you think the best way to do that?
We had talked about doing it through PTAs. There were some scheduling conflicts with that of getting it advertised for PTAs and then the type of parents who come to the PTAs and it reaching only a limited amount of people. I'm more than willing to do that. I think the message is good to go to parents, but those parents have to be willing to have this conversation with these kids, and I'm not sure that they're always going to be doing that. It's a very uncomfortable subject matter for parents to talk to kids about, so I would really like to talk directly to kids. I've talked directly to kids about this before. I've talked to a few scout groups. I have actually a presentation that I give to kids saved on that flash drive if you'd like to see an example of it. But I mean, going into schools and talking to kids, extracurricular activities and talking to them, I'm willing to do whatever.
Dr. Payson?
I actually heard your presentation at the retreat, and at that time, we just talked about every student needs to hear this presentation in middle school and high school definitely. So we have pulled together some of our middle school principals, and they are working with curriculum and will be reaching out to you and also with the digital teaching and learning, because it is also one of the standards there and with our PE standards. So they want to do it doing Navigate. It's a digital teaching Neptune Navigate at the beginning of homerooms. So I think they're going to reach out to you for some resources and information, and then the principals are actually going to go into each classroom and also have those conversations. So we have that in mind for middle school. We're still thinking about the best way to reach our high school students, but we are working on some things. And
I'll add in, this is on an agenda for discussion with all of our athletic coaches, and to include part of this information in our required sessions for parents and for athletes, along with some other like fentanyl prevention components as well.
And I was part of this past spring. I think we did about 5 sessions. It was with a few middle school principals where we went to every middle school or not every middle school, but most of the middle schools in New Hanover County in a geographical area that pulled from other middle schools. It was called Wait Until 8th, about the program of Wait Until 8th grade to provide your kids with cell phones, especially access to social media. It was a really wonderful program, and we had access and talked to parents. And when I told parents this, and this was part of that presentation, I mean, they were just completely shocked. Unfortunately, we reached a good amount of parents, but I mean, there would be about 5 parents who came to each session, so it was a limited number. But it was a really great program.
We also, without asking first, could offer to record you doing the session and capture that in a way that we can produce it for our students to see. And that way we can kind of continually update them with that reminder as well.
Well, first thing, just a comment. What happened to old-fashioned assemblies? I mean, I know when I went to school, everyone was in that gym, or a lot of, grades were in that gym. I mean, it's a good way to capture everyone. Although, I mean, if they've got their cell phones, they're probably not paying attention. Well, I had a question. The law changes December 1st. Was there a reason why that law was put? Was it because there was such a rise in students sharing, that types of material?
No, it wasn't specifically because of these types of offenses. Actually, I would guess that they didn't even have this in consideration, these types of offenses in consideration when they decided to enact the new law that will take place December 1st. What they most likely had in mind are the violent offenses, because most Class A through E felonies are violent offenses. It's your armed robberies, which is a Class D felonies, your assault with intent to kill with a deadly weapon, inflicting serious injury, or assault with intent to kill with a deadly weapon without even inflicting serious injuries. That's likely what they had in mind, because we've had an increase recently with violent offenses committed by 16 and 17-year-olds, and there's the process now where I talked about that mandatory transfer to Superior Court. I think they created the law because there's a lot of steps if a kid starts in juvenile court to get them to Superior Court, and then public defenders are appealing the transfer to Superior Court, which is creating more steps. So my assumption, and again, I wasn't at the General Assembly when this happened, was that they created this in order to avoid all those steps to be taken, and it was mostly for kids who are committing violent offenses. It's just unfortunate that this, while a serious crime, especially serious if it's committed by an adult, still serious when committed by our kids, but not really deserving of being in Superior Court, I think we can all agree, for prosecution as an adult.
So I assume that the DA's office is in favor of the school board doing something with cell phones?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. McManus, do you have your hand up?
I don't think we can overemphasize some process to get this into the schools. Of course, parents are parents, and that adds credibility to discussing what we want to do with cell phones. I don't have an answer. I can tell you, I think Ms. Walker said it best, good old assemblies. Whether the parents are there or not, at least they heard it. I mean, what percent of the students today, if you walked into a ninth grade at one of our high schools, do you think really knows the law knows exactly what's going to happen.
So when I talked to that Boy Scout group, this was probably about a month ago, included in that PowerPoint, I decided to take a step back and just start with the legal world. And I asked them, how many of you guys know what a felony and misdemeanor were? And none of them, I think maybe one or two raised their hand. So, I mean, they don't even have a concept of what a felony means, let alone what it means to do this type of offense and then be charged with a felony.
All right, Ms. Craven.
Thank you. You said you saw a significant increase in the last 6 months. Do you have like an exponential for us about this particular topic of what it was and where it's at, like you're seeing this uptick?
I don't know particularly why this practical joke uptick happened in the last 6 months. It is a little bit of an anomaly to see so many cases come in, particularly dealing with the same type of issues of the cell phone over the stall. I do keep track of the adjudications in juvenile court, so I do have the data of basically since I've been doing juvenile court at least the past 4 years of what kids have been adjudicated for and when they were adjudicated. Consistent data has shown over the past 4 years that kids are consistently engaging in possessing and distributing obscene material. Why that whole practical joke of the school?
I'm not asking for justification of that. I'm just saying the uptick of what you've seen. What has been consistent at and where it's at? Because you said a significant increase in the last 6 months. So what does that look like, significant, like increase?
That looks like 3 cases in a row from different schools, all dealing with the same issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Craven.
Yeah, so this question is kind of for Ms. Farnham and Dr. Faison. The presenting it as part of the school day, you know, as part of a curriculum. So, and then to combine you in here, do the presenters, are they going to need training to do that, or are we going to invite, you know, Asheville to come in and do that? Because I'm thinking, I mean, I've heard your presentation now like 5 times, and I think that having you be able to answer questions, you know, in real time on what the legality is, to me is more powerful than having her be on a video that we show and the principal walks around and says, no, don't do this. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah. Well, I know the principals, and this was just the middle school principals. Yeah. We have not spoken to the high school principals yet. But the small setting and actually being able to answer those questions, and of course, face-to-face is always best. So we have a number of middle school and high schools, and I know one person could not go and do that. So we are actually going to reach out and work with Assistant Attorney Herring and have her provide the information. This is part of our PE standards. Yeah. So it is a line. Now, keep in mind, PE, and when you get to the high school, the 10th and 11th graders and 12th graders are usually done with that, but we still have to address them, and we'll have to find another way, and it might be through digital learning or something like CTE. But that's why we want to work with her, because doing a small setting and letting them really hear. I know one of the students, according to the principals, actually came up to the principal and said, I remember when you and I talked about it, you came to my classroom, you answered my questions, and kind of came and shared something with her when something came up. So we don't want to just send that video out, or we want to do it. We're going to work with her, and we've got a plan. It's just we haven't gotten it yet. We just started. I think we met with the middle school principals last week.
And also, too, just wanted to bring up that, and I forget what the topic is. You may know, David, you know, he goes around, and I know when my kids were in middle school 100 years ago, they came to the cafeteria and brings them in several different groups. And what was the topic? Just
so
making good choices?
Yeah, pretty much he talks about drinking and driving. He talks about obscene material on cell phones, but he covers a variety of topics that it's a great thing for kids to hear, but I think this message gets a little bit lost in the chaos of it.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that maybe, yeah, so it's too much to do it in that format?
I mean, he's been doing that for 20 years, and kids still don't seem to understand that this is a felony.
Okay.
So I do want to add in that in order to see behavior change in this area, we need to make sure that we're providing explicit instruction and giving time for those students to interact. And in an assembly setting, you don't have the opportunity for kids to interact and to assess that they really did learn it. because this is really essential that we get this right for their safety.
And I also wanted to add one piece that I forgot, and I think we talked about. We are also planning to send information to the parents along with them and say, and that'll come through talking to you, these are the questions that we would like to, to dialogue with your parents, or this is what your child learned. So this is just not for students, this is for their families, because we have to do something to educate everyone about the seriousness of this.
Thank
And
you
if-
for tying that together.
If I may, just add a few things. For one, Mr. David is retiring in September, so you're no longer going to have that resource, at least at this moment in time, until we get a new elected. You're not going to have that resource for someone to come and talk to the schools, which I think has been a great, valuable resource. I know Mr. David still has kids who are now 24 in this community say, hey, I remember when you talked to me when I was 14. And then also, it's very important, I think, to get the message out to parents. And also, educating teachers and staff, because if you are even trying to help and say a kid comes to you, your child or a student comes to you and says, oh my God, look what's on my phone, look what I was just sent, and it's an image depicting sexual activity of a minor, and the parent is like, okay, I'm gonna help, you do not need this on your phone, I'm gonna send it to myself and then delete it off your phone. That person just committed a felony. So we need to educate them and be like, okay, this is the procedure that you should follow if you come across this material, because even though they're doing it with the best of intentions, they just committed a crime.
Thank you very much for this. It's just as shocking the second time hearing it. I know Dr. Faison and I were just freaked right out when we heard it, and we're so grateful for you coming. I love Dr. Barnes' idea of literally recording you face on, and we have the technology to do that, and using that in the schools. I don't know what it looks like, but I love that idea.
Well, and I think
Needs
the
to be
question being is
face-to-face.
follow-up. Would there be a way, if they did that they could send questions to you or something, and, I don't know, but that way that we could, have that interaction? Because I think that there was, the Crable's point is, that interaction is a big part of it.
Yeah, if you can come up with some type of way to get questions to me, I'm happy to write out responses or record a response back. We can figure out how to do that.
I think, keying into what you both said, individual direct attention is how this gets fixed. So even if we did something where a video, where maybe we scripted the principals, what do we think are going to be common FAQs that are going to get asked? You can give us the answers and we can communicate them. The real piece is making sure that we can tie it directly to a child and say, this is the answer and this is the problem. So we can certainly work with that as well.
Ms. Walker?
So I just had a suggestion. I mean, obviously, the more we do, the better. I think all these ideas are good. But if we have everyone's email, can we not do a video and send it to everyone, even the students? I don't know, just a public service announcement type of deal where you're like, this is important, this is going to happen to you if you do this. I mean, I don't think there's one answer. I think there should be multiple answers, because especially if we're transitioning DAs and we're not going to have that person right now. And December 1st is coming very quickly. And I think we want to avoid the students having records for the rest of their lives or being put in prison, so. Yeah.
I wish.
I mean, we got communications here too. I mean, there's so many things we could do. We should do multiple things, I think.
Yeah. That's probably a good idea. Anything else, or any other questions from anybody? Yes, sir.
Blanchard and I have a question on the definition of receive in some of those felonies. What does it mean if a child is in a group chat and someone else sends it out, they're guilty of a felony?
If they received it and it's on their cell phone, yes. That's where we use discretion. So what law enforcement typically does in these types of situations, they get notified that there's this image out there. They then start backtracking, where has this image gone? They do that by interviewing kids and also taking cell phones and doing what we call an extraction, which allows us to see more on the cell phone than kids think we can see. It's actually quite amazing. When I tell kids this, they just look at me like, oh God. Like Snapchat, my eyes only, I could tell you all the ways kids are hiding things on their phone, and when I tell them we can see it all, they're just, but so that we see where the image has gone, and when we see a group chat, we see that 5 people in this group chat receive this image, we go talk to or law enforcement, not me, myself personally, we go talk to those 5 people, and if, Adam says, yeah, I got the image, but I didn't do anything with it in the group chat, I didn't even download it to my phone, and law enforcement goes, well, yeah, can I see your phone just to make sure, because let's keep in mind that while this person may have taken an image or had an image taken of them consensually, they did not consent for it to be distributed worldwide. So we are trying to cauterize the wound, so to speak. So they look at their phone and say, okay, you just received it on the group chat and you didn't download it onto your phone. It's not in your photos, it's not in your downloads. They just delete the image and hand the phone back to the kid. And my advice to law enforcement, because it's my role to advise law enforcement, is to say you need to tell a teacher next time this happens, it's a felony for X, Y, and Z reasons, here's your cell phone back, you're not gonna get that felony today. Now, if they look at the phone and say that they did download it onto their phone, it's in their saved photos, then we're having a different conversation, and then especially having a different conversation if they send it to someone else. Does that answer your question? I know it was a little bit long-winded. Thank you.
Ms. Mason?
I know we mostly talk about students and we talk a little bit about parents. I'm a parent of 2 young men. And
good luck.
Yeah,
I have a 1-year-old who's a male and I'm just dreading it.
Interesting. My question would be, what kind of resources can we as a district provide to the parents if they can't come to a PTA meeting, if they can't, is there paperwork? Like if, for example, because I know for me, I keep a very close watch on any activity on my kid's phone. If something like that were to come up, just some direction for parents to avoid any of this from happening to innocent kids.
I think we came up with maybe a pamphlet at one point to maybe send home to parents. But parents have to read that pamphlet. But it would provide information of what is obscene material and then what should you do if you come across it.
Yeah, and we connected this with our Parent and Caregiver Academy, but again, we can communicate it, but the interaction needs to be there.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those same lines, somebody brought up an FAQ. I think it would be a great idea. We have a great technology department to be able to have a landing page of just frequently asked questions like, if my child does have something like this, what do I do? How do I process it in a way that's going to, give justice to whoever was sharing the information, but also, to respect the person that they're sharing it with. And so I think, same, I was like, as a parent and as an educator too, of saying if this is happening, making sure the steps are in place that we can try to nip it in the bud as fast as possible and the least amount of damage.
I want to mention one more thing. Sometime in the past year, we did host a town hall for the community and for families regarding social media usage among students. And part of that dialogue and conversation was really about the dangers that are included in these type of behaviors.
I said I wasn't going to say anything else. And I also think maybe we could get you in front of all the staff because our educators, also our teachers and staff, need to be aware of everything with this.
And if we're talking about educating parents and staff, we also might want to educate them on child predators, on adults who are trying to solicit information from kids. If we're talking about cell phone use, it's just something to think about. I know that's something my office cares deeply about, is preventing adults who are soliciting this type of material from children and looking for those warning signs.
The other thing too,
Ms.
the kids have iPads, laptops, they can get pictures on their computers just as easily as they can get them on the phone. So this applies to that. I mean, we're talking cell phones here, but it applies to all electronic devices where you can send and receive.
Correct.
Right, okay, so that might need to be part of our message too. It's not just the cell phone. Like, we'll take the cell phone away, but I got my laptop. I can still do all that should I want to. And I can sit it down here and dance over here in the corner, but be easier than I could with my cell phone. Not that, I would be doing that, but.
I know we're asking a lot of questions. I mean, because this, to me, is very hugely important. I mean, 16 and 17-year-olds being classified as adults and in charge of felonies is a big deal. I guess my question is, what is the obligation of the district? I mean, I know we have SROs in our schools and that. I don't know. I mean, if a principal or staff, I mean, we're getting in front of staff and stuff like that. Like, what's the obligation? Is it automatically chargeable offense? You know what I mean?
So that is when we talk to law enforcement. So there's 2 parts to that. First is mandatory reporting. There's a statute that is new but not really new. It's more broad than the previous statute where we just talked about having to mandatory report abuse, neglect, and dependency. The other statute talks about reporting if anyone has been engaging or taking advantage of a kid with sexual activity. There's some debate, does this encompass, is this type of behavior encompassing sexual activity in that statute? I'd say, my advice would be play it on the safe side and say that it's mandatory reporting to law enforcement or DSS, even if it's child on child. And then the second part is, does a kid have to be charged? That's where discretion comes in. No one ever has to be charged with an offense. Well, actually, certain offense you do, it's mandatory for law enforcement to arrest and charge someone. Let me clarify. But in these types of situations, most kids are not charged. I advise law enforcement if this is their first offense and it did not reach a wide variety of people, give them that talking to and say this is illegal, inform them it's illegal and that it's a felony, confiscate their cell phone completely, wipe their cell phone, and tell them not to do it again. That hasn't really been effective recently. So, they are charging more and more. I've also had kids who we gave the talking to, we deleted everything, and because of how kids can store things in the iCloud and other places, they are then re-downloading it back onto their either new phone or their phone that we gave back to them. I actually had a kid, the title of my presentation I give kids is, do you want to see something that can catch me a felony? Because the kid who we had previously talked to said, hey, we're not charging you right now, but don't do it again, re-downloaded the same image, went up to another kid in class and said, hey, do you want to see something that can catch me a felony? And then showed the exact same image. So, hopefully we don't have to charge these 16 and 17-year-olds is the answer to your questions. In some circumstances, we may have to. I would like to not see a 16 and 17-year-old charged as an adult for these types of offenses. That would just not be pleasant.
You want the behavior to stop.
You
just would want the behavior to stop. That's what
right,
we all
correct,
want.
which is why I'm here. I think this is something that's easily preventable if we just educate parents and students. Are kids going to still engage in this activity? Yes, but they're probably going to do it with a little bit more apprehension and maybe not do it as much because they right now just don't understand the consequences. They think they're just engaging in normal teenage or adolescent behavior, not realizing the consequences. It's very easily, in my view, preventable. And what we've been doing in the past, or at least for the past 4 years since I've been the juvenile prosecutor, has not been effective.
So I'd say, looking at the policy committee, maybe, because we try and align our policies with law. I don't know, I guess we just need to really look at all that, right? That's what's on the agenda, so it's part of the safety committee, right?
Any other questions? If not, thank you again. I'm sure we'll be in contact and moving forward. Thank you very much for your time today.
Does anyone want copies of the PowerPoint or the?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to make copies. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on into closed session. I would entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11C for the following purposes. 1, to prevent disclosure of information that's privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. To consult the attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege between the attorney and board. And 3, to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointments, conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or hear and investigate a complaint, charge, grievance, or by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion? We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Always one funny. Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay, we are now in closed session. All right, we are back in open session. Welcome back. Lots and lots of stuff going on. We are going to carry on with our cell phone bag discussion. No, we're not. We're going to go on to, I'm stepping over personnel report. We need to vote on that. Okay, we have that. We have a first and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. That passes 6-0. Now we carry on with our cell phone bag. I believe we're doing that remotely.
Snort free zone.
Do we need to carry on? Okay. Well, why don't we, I think that's remotely anyway. So why don't we carry on to our next discussion, which is New Hanover High School, and we will go back to the cell phone. Does that work okay? Just in essence of time, I did want to share on the front end that we had a very good meeting yesterday. Ms. Mason, Dr. Barnes, myself, Mr. Rivenbark, and Mr. Crudet. We did, they are going to bring the discussion topic up on the 19th. We were all asked if we could be there for that.
What time's that?
Commission meeting is at 5 o'clock?
They usually start at 4.
4 o'clock? Okay, 4 o'clock then.
That's the soonest we can get on?
They have a meeting Monday, and they said they couldn't get it on for Monday.
They've had it at 9 before, so we need to double check on that.
They usually start at 4.
I'll find out and let you guys know.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll send it out there. But they were in the discussion anyway very favorable in looking at that RFQ and for looking exactly what we have going on at New Hanover. So I just wanted to share that with everyone, and especially with the board. I do appreciate my fellow colleagues being there, and Dr. Barnes being there too. And I think it was a very profitable discussion. And I think they definitely heard us, and I have mentioned before when we weren't able to meet with them, but I think it was a very profitable discussion at that point. So we're on to New Hanover.
So that was a really good lead-in, because what I was going to say is if you think about the work that we're doing or work that is needed at Hanover, I want you to think about it in 2 buckets. There's long-term needs. This money will provide us funding for a facility, a very comprehensive facilities conditions assessment and a master plan. The outcome of that should be and will be what are the needs, what are the costs, and what's a general schedule for implementing this. And I'm not talking about, and giving you a date. I'm talking about year 1, year 2. Logistically, how would we implement this? So that's in the long-term bucket. Short-term bucket are the immediate needs, which we've talked about what the immediate needs are, the funding, and what we're doing in terms of construction. What we really want to do today is give you an overview of how New Hanover will look when that school opens in August. How will we ensure that there's absolute separation from construction activities and student activities, and how that campus will function? Leanne's going to do that briefly, and then Mr. Sutton is going to talk about how that message is being communicated to parents. All right?
Good afternoon. And for the sake of time, we're not going to talk about the scope of work. We're in phase 1, which we've talked about, and I think in the past, of what exactly phase 1 means. What you're looking at on the screen here defines the construction zone. We're going to look at where work is occurring in context of student and staff use of the building. So we're looking at an aerial. The area that's in orange represents all of those offices and classrooms that are south of the main corridor facing Market Street. All 3 floors, we're vacating all of those spaces. That will be the construction zone where the contractors are working within the building. There will be no overlap between where construction work is occurring and where use of the school occurs. So, for example, the main corridor that runs east to west will be fully functional for students and staff. The doors that lead from the corridor into these classrooms that are represented with the orange block, that 16 classrooms and roughly 15 or 16 offices, those doors will be locked and sealed off. The contractors will be circulating within that orange area. They will not go into the corridors. They will be entering and exiting the building from the exterior. You see the red line that is wrapping around the front lawn of the campus. That is a construction fence, 6-foot high fence. If you go out there right now, you'll see that fence. Privacy screening will also be added. That will be branded, so it will have a nice curb appeal. And all of that construction zone defined by that fenced-in area is where the contractor will have their laydown area, and they will circulate in and out of that space. They will not be going in. There will be no mix between the construction zone and the area occupied by students and staff. Because we are impacting the main entrance to the school, we will be relocating the visitor access for the campus to the north side of Brogdon, where that arrow, you see that arrow coming into the campus, that will be the new visitor access. There will be visitor parking as seen on the slide that will be designated with signage. There will be signage that leads visitors from the parking area along Princess into this particular access area. It's an existing access. It's ideal because there is an accessible handicap ramp that leads to that door. We're doing some modifications within the building when you enter there that makes it function as an entry for visitors, students, and staff, or excuse me, for parents and students when students need to access that area for check-in and check-out, things of that nature. One of the things I wanted to note is that we are making an improvement that overall I think is going to be very significant for the campus. We're introducing a lot of signage that's going to assist with wayfinding. So it's not only related to the construction work that's occurring, but it's also general wayfinding that's going to greatly enhance the campus. So I think you'll be pleased when you see, when you arrive and when school starts this year, it will be a lot more apparent where to go and what buildings are in what direction. So I'm really excited about the new signage we're going to add. Because we are displacing classrooms, obviously we're introducing mobile classrooms to the site. The mobile classrooms will be located on the George West side of the campus in that oval area. And I know you're familiar with the campus. You have the weight room to the south of that, what's an existing parking area. Admin South building, as we call it, toward Market Street, borders the area to the north. The mobile classrooms will be, Anita, if you don't mind scrolling on down, will lay out on the site as shown, where we will have 3 mobile classroom buildings. Each building will contain 2 classrooms. So basically, each of those rectangles that you see will have a dividing wall in between, 2 classrooms each. Each classroom will have its own restroom. There will be an elevated aluminum walkway system that's kind of shaded in that lighter color that will connect all of the classroom units with a handicap ramp that will lead down to grade. And these units are brand new. They've been constructed. They are sitting on site at the manufacturer's location. When we receive the building permit, they will be shipped and we will get rolling. Our goal is to have these ready for the start of school. That is an optimistic goal. We are obviously pushing for that. but preparation is being made by the school in the event that they don't arrive by that time. And regarding the preparation that's being made by the school, I'd like to turn the podium over to Mr. Sutton, and he can talk in detail about the inner workings of his planning.
Thank you. First off, thank you guys for all the support that you are providing New Hanover High School. I want you to know that we're going to be ready. We are taking a sunglasses approach to this school year. And I've got my sunglasses on, and I'm going to put them on just for a second. But I'm going to take them off because I don't do them justice. My family, my boys, and my wife bought me these sunglasses, and they are nice, but I'm not that cool. But they believe that I'm that cool, so I wear them. And that's the kind of approach that our staff has. They believe in each other, they believe in our students, and they believe that we can do incredible things. And they've been challenged with a lot of things over the last 3 years. And they believe in each other, and they believe in our students. And so we're going to be just fine. And I do. I want you to know that, and I appreciate all the support that you're giving us. But we, to begin with, we've talked to our staff. We had a staff retreat a couple of weeks ago. Brought in the staff, kind of talked a lot about some of the same things that were presented here. Kind of rolled out what is happening in the building to make them aware, and collaborated with them. And said, hey, what are the things that we're not seeing? What are the unintended consequences? What are we not seeing? What are your concerns? And got some feedback from them. How do we need to communicate with our families? How do we need to communicate with our students? And so they gave us some good feedback, and we're working through some of that with them right now. We are also, we've got multiple plans that are going to be activated depending upon some of the timelines that are in place, some of the needs of our students, and we're ready to put those in place. For example, the modular units that have been discussed, our plan is and hope is that those would be ready the very first day of school. If that's not ready, and it could be, then we've got a plan for that. And we've got about 8 to 12 classroom teachers that would float if we don't have those the very first day, and that's okay. We can work through that. And then once those modular units come into place, we can cut that in half and possibly even less. We have, to begin with, made connections with Mosley and Mosley Performance Learning Center about the possibility of students going there. And we made decisions to move some students there, our SDA team. But we also found that we've heard from our parents in some ways that we need to listen to them a little bit more and kind of get some more feedback before we make final decisions on that. And then based on some of those things over the course of this week and next week, we'll make some decisions about how we're going to move forward with those next steps. Communication with our families is going to be important. And I've told them a couple of times already on some phone calls that went home that I'm sorry I'm not able to give them a full plan and all the information, but we are planning to do that over the course of the next 2 weeks in a letter that goes home, but also in videos that are going to go. I've got a slide presentation and a voiceover video that's going to go out to them, kind of overviewing what's happening with the building, and then our plans for those next steps. I got to give credit, Miss Beam and Miss Baggy have been awesome. They sat down with us and have orchestrated a website that we're going to push out to our families that are going to go into detail about the renovations, but also about our plans and to answer questions about what they may have. They've been great in working with us. So that's our communication plan. We are ready. I want you guys to know that I appreciate your support. I got to tell you, we've got a great team. Mr. Haney at New Hanover, one of our assistant principals, has taken on the load of our facilities and with scheduling. And both of those things have been impacted big time. He's been awesome. Our counseling staff has been displaced a little bit right now, but they've jumped in together. Our EC staff, Ms. Evan Kaysen, they've really come together, our department chair, to collaborate with Ms. Souza, Ms. Farnham, to figure out what's the best thing for our students. So, again, and I know I'm missing Ms. Lawrence, holy cow. Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Anderson, thank you guys for jumping right in and saying, all right, we got this issue. Let's make a plan. Let's make another plan. Let's figure this thing out. So, again, thank you guys, and I appreciate your support. And if I need to answer any questions or...
Any questions, board members? Mr. Walker?
I just have a question.
Yes.
First of all, I know this is going to be really tough, and I know we're thinking about you. But what can we do, what can the community do to help you through this? Because I know it's going to be hard, and I know you don't know what's going to happen with the buildings and all that stuff, or the, you know.
No, well, I'll tell you, you're working through Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Anderson on helping us meet the physical needs that we have, as well as the scheduling needs, and so we appreciate that. You're doing that through them. Your presence is also good. You've already stopped by and visited and talked with me. Mr. McManus, thank you. I appreciate that. Your presence in our building is going to be important to let them know at open house and the start of school. Ms. Craybill, she is a staple at our school on that overpass, and our kids know her, and so if you can come out, we'd love your support being there to let them know that our building's safe and that we're going to be okay.
Yep. Ms. McManus?
21st of August, 5 o'clock, 5 to 7.
Mr. McManus?
I'm trying to decide how to say this, because I don't think I'll say it as well as I'd like to. Philip, you are the ideal human being, principal, accessible, visible, honest of anybody I know. And if anybody can make this a positive, it's you, just from listening to you for the last few minutes. And so I say that, and I have come to see the building. I went in the first day after Mr. Anderson. I don't know if he realized how bad it was really going to be. The school's a mess. I mean, I've walked it. It's absolutely a mess. You've got to be, I am just so proud of you and your staff and what you've done. And communication is the best way, but you just said you're going to do it. So you stay in touch with those parents. You let them know, and it'll work out. Because I believe with all my heart and soul that you're the one to make it work. Well, and that staff would kill for you. Well, they would literally kill for you. Maybe I should say figuratively. Figuratively, they would kill for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But that speaks volumes about who you are and what you're doing. And I want you to let us know what we can do to help. Please. Well,
but thank you for saying, got some flaws, and I'm picking up on some of those as we go along here. And I appreciate the patience of our families and you guys in this process. Always have. So thank you so much.
The others?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, mine might not be as directed to you as these guys behind you. So I know that we secured funding, and this is 16 classrooms shutting down is obviously not an ideal thing to start the school year. And so we commend you. We're here for you. And really, the displacements of students is something that we want to make sure that the transition process is as smooth as possible in a chaotic time. And so my question is, with the 3 mobile units that we have placed at the new Hanover site, is there feasibility for any more on-site mobile units? And if so, can you talk us through if there's that we can support that way?
So when we were looking at putting mobiles at New Hanover, we looked at really 2 things. One, where we could place them. Well, 3 things. Availability, number 1, because believe it or not, getting mobile units right now is next to impossible. So we were looking at availability, where we could place them on site, and what we could afford with the funding we have. Now, the reason we went with three two-classroom units is because of that location. We think that's the best location because it's centrally located, it's safe, you have a lot of visibility in that area, and utilities are readily available. When we looked at other areas, whether it was one of the other parking lots with the tennis courts or back behind the auto shop or back behind Brogdon, we felt like it was very remote. You didn't have good visibility. We have safety concerns and accessibility concerns, but we dug into it, and then we found that access to utilities was not readily available. So, you can do anything. It just takes money. But to place mobile units in any of those other locations would probably be twice the cost of installing the mobile units there. So once we picked that location, we put just as many classrooms in that spot as we possibly could.
Others? Go ahead, Dr. Barr.
Confirm that we're hoping that they're going to be in place before school begins, but we looking like it's probably not going to be.
When you're in the construction business, you learn a long time. I learned a long time ago, you have plan A, B, and Z. We are shooting for plan A.
Just want folks out there to know.
If we have to go to plan B, we will. I don't think we need a plan C. And Mr. Sutton and his staff, again, he mentioned Chris Haney, but they are absolutely amazing in what they do, and that's our goal.
Yeah, I like the discussion on the communication, because I think that's going to be definitely key to making sure everybody doesn't get really upset and worried and concerned.
Well, and I think you're exactly right. I know that there's a lot of misinformation out there. I think this is a good opportunity. I had a discussion with New Hanover High School Foundation. I'm going to reach out to the advocates. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we partner with them to get the message out and to get the right information out.
Just wanted to add two real brief things. First off, I'll echo what Mr. McManus said. You and your staff, Philip, I can't think of a person I'd want to have more at New Hanover this year than you. You and I have had a lot of conversations, and you said this is the school I want, and I think it really is evident, and it shows. I wanted to own a little bit of one thing as well myself. Initially, as we were talking about just the unbelievable space needs that New Hanover has, initially one of the thoughts that we had was putting some of our students over to Mosley for the bulk of their day. I ended up talking with some parents, and honestly, we've talked a lot about the survey results and things like this, about listening and valuing our stakeholders' feedback. And when I talked to parents, Philip, they said, we have to be at New Hanover because that's where my kids belong, which I think is a real testament to the work that you're doing and the stuff that the staff is doing at the school. So I did ask Philip, I want to clear up a couple of misconceptions. Philip is going to take it upon himself and his staff to contact every one of those parents individually and build an individual plan that's going to work for their kid. In addition, they're working overtime to make sure that nobody has to not be at that school. Now, there are some logistic issues and some safety issues that I think you want to work through with all those folks. But the work that Julie's done to make sure that we're looking at transfers from Eddie and Leanne and Philip, I just wanted to own my part of that and say, sort of that part of listening remembers that I need to listen before I make a decision. And so I appreciate you backing my play on that and looking at that more carefully. So thank you.
You got it, Samantha.
Anything else from board members?
Is there a, and maybe I missed it because you were talking and I was being soothed into, the open house is, coming up, and will parents get any communication prior to open house, just to kind of keep them kind of updated on where we are on things?
Yes, so I've got a slide presentation that I'm going to do a kind of video voiceover that's going to be pushed out to them that kind of overviews what's happening with the building and overviews what to expect. Just some major nuts and bolts types of things. Also, we'll send that out in a written form so that they'll get that in a letter form or an email type form that lets them know what to expect with the building. The website is going to be pushed out before the 21st as well, so they'll have access to it, and a lot of their questions are going to be answered, I know, with that. We've also got plans that, we need to be able to video and show parents how you come into the front office and where that's located and where you're going to park for visitor parking and those kinds of things. So we're going to try to create our own videos that are going to be pushed out to parents through social media and through our communications through school messenger. So our plan is to do a lot of that before the 21st. We do a call almost every Sunday. We did a call this past Sunday night letting parents know of upcoming events and things like that. So we're going to include a lot of that information on those Sunday calls coming up.
And I'm assuming that you're going to do those also in the languages of the majority of your students?
We will do,
Multi-languages,
every call that we send out goes out in those different languages.
Okay.
But that's also something with the videos, we're going to need to make sure that we're communicating those as well.
Great.
Lastly, Mr. Sutton, coming onto this board, New Hanover has a lot of needs. The board is not falling on deaf ears. We're waiting to hear results from the study. The board voted last month to move forward on stepping into what a bond looks like and doing that and providing the needs. This is one step, like Mr. Anderson said, the initial getting, stopping the school from falling into the ground. But the long term is we need to have a bigger plan in place. And so that is not falling on deaf ears. I just want to reiterate that. So I appreciate your leadership during that time. I appreciate the stepping in with all of our students with IEPs, really meeting their needs and being receptive to the parents and providing as continuous education that we can for our high school students. So I appreciate everything you're doing.
No, thank you for taking a look at the short term and the long term for us. It's it is a special place, and we're talking about getting perspective. That place is the bricks and mortar, but it's even more than that. It's the people, it's the community, it's the things that it's been through that make it that way, and so that's why folks feel so strongly about it, and we appreciate the support you're giving it.
Just when you thought you were going to sit down, Mr. Walker has one.
Well, this might not be for Mr. Sutton, but you've got a lot of alumni behind you also. We just need to let them know what's going on. No, I had a question about the study itself, and I'd written it down and I forgot to say. The approximation is about 300,000, you said. That came from, could we not use the study we had as a roadmap and make it, I'm not trying to be cheap or anything. I'm just wondering why it's got to cost that much money. I mean, it's an important study, so I'm not.
It's like engineering design.
Oh, I know.
Think about this, and the first thing I want to do is a very comprehensive facility conditions assessment. That's probably going to take some destructive testing,
right.
Geotech work, civil structural engineering. I mean, there's going to be a team of people working on this, right. And that's just to determine, what are the physical needs of the building. And then what I really want to do in master planning is very similar to what we did at Isaac Bear, where we involve students, staff, parents, community, and we have visioning sessions, and we kind of narrow down focus, and in the end, we come up with a concept that everyone has seen, everyone agrees with, and recommends.
Okay. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Everyone else involved, thank you very much for being here today and bringing that out. And thank you for letting us know about your open house. We'll try our best to be there. So thank you so much.
Mr. Williborn?
Yes, Ms.
So we have 14 minutes left, and we've got a lot to cover on the agenda. Is there anything that we can take off and put onto to the agenda on Tuesday? Because we have an hour. We've got 15 minutes on the cell phone bags. We have guests here, 20 minutes on the Seabreeze. We've still got 2 committee reports. So can we possibly move the committee reports perhaps?
Why don't we move the cell phone bags and the committee reports?
That's what since we have a guest, I would make a motion that we postpone discussion on the committee reports and the cell phone bags until the Tuesday regular board meeting.
Awesome. Okay, first and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That will move those 3 items on to next Tuesday. So at this point, since we don't have cell phone bags, the attestation, is that Dr. Payson? Yeah. Dr. Payson?
We could have moved that one too.
Well, it's real brief.
Okay.
Every year, we just have to bring to the board the attestations for the school improvement plans, and that's what you have in front of you. There is no approval needed. It is just an FYI for you.
Any questions?
I just had one.
Ms. Grabo?
So one of the requirements of school improvement plans is to make sure that we're having our meetings at a time when parents can attend. And so I'm just wondering if you or your executive directors track that a little bit, because the times all appear to be the same. They don't ever appear, like I glanced through them all. You know, some are at 2:15, some are at 10, some are, you know.
We discussed this last year, and the schools have tried to do, talk to the parents and get some parents in. I can be honest with you, it's hard to also accommodate the staff and make sure they can get to their families and pick up their children. So it has been a discussion, and we'll continue to look at it. But trying to accommodate, make sure staff can get home and pick their kids up, and also the parents. And fortunately, when we talked to the schools last time, most of the parents who weren't involved could make those meetings.
Okay. Because I know the lady that talked to us at the leadership retreat, she was awesome, by the way, you know, and could talk, you know, in French, you know, the school improvement plans. And that was one thing that she brought up to us too, to make sure that we were being cognizant of our parent and guardian, you know, participation.
And I remember last year we actually had some parents to come up and share that with me. So we actually looked at it.
Okay.
Is it perfect? I'm sure there are parents that we're not catching, but we are aware of it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and now we're going to finish out with a wonderful time. We're going to turn it over. Ms. Bradford, why don't you lead us in the Seabreeze discussion here? Do we have some guests or a guest speaker? Awesome.
She's coming. Okay, we're going to share with you about the Freeman family in New Hanover County and the community known as Seabreeze. Thank you. A North Carolina highway marker was put out May 31, just north of Snowscut Bridge. The date coincided with the 194th birthday of Robert Bruce Freeman, who lived from 1801 to 1901. This is about New Hanover County, North Carolina, and the nation's history. The earliest settlers of this area were, of course, indigenous Americans, Native Americans. To the best of our knowledge, Alexander and Charity Freeman and their ancestors, including Alexander's father, Abraham, came from Brunswick County and Columbus County. They were listed on the 1860 census as free people of color, never having been slaves. You will hear in a minute how they most closely identified with their indigenous Native American ancestry. The patriarch of the Freeman story in this story is Alexander. He was a Myrtle Grove Sound fisherman. At the southernmost end of the county, Alexander and Charity acquired land, some 99 acres of land in 1855. With Alexander's passing, it was almost double that, 180 acres of land. Ultimately, in the 1870s, their son, Robert Bruce Freeman Sr., and we believe that's Robert Bruce Freeman in the picture at the back, the tall man at the back, with his wife, Catherine, they amassed a far greater amount of land, which now encompasses the towns of Carolina, Curry, Fort Fisher. The story is it came all the way up to Monkey Junction. That was an enormous amount of land. and it included 2 plantations. This is the story of an incredible entrepreneurial American family. Their story is significant in our history. And I'm introducing you to historian Rebecca Sue Taylor. She is the former director of the Federal Point Historic Preservation Society. You should have a copy of this little pamphlet. I've passed them out a number of times. That is from the highway marker ceremony at the end of May. And then 2 pages here with some more information you can take home. And then you've got, this is what the Seabreeze Resort looked like. You've got an example. This was Bruce Tavern on the water, looking out at Myrtle Grove Sound, looking at what's now Freeman Beach across from it. Bob City was out there. And at the end of this presentation, I am hoping to hear a unanimous vote to do whatever is necessary to adopt into our curriculum the wonderful story of the Freeman family and Seabreeze, beginning with the 2025-26 school year. And with that, Ms. Taylor, come on up here.
I'm going to move around.
Okay.
Can I have the clicker? Yeah. We may jump around because I'm going really fast and I'm going to get you out of here. I had a little bit longer talk. I've been studying Seabreeze for about 10 years. I worked at the Federal Point History Center, which is at Carolina Beach, but covers all of, from Monkey Junction to Zeke's Island at the ferry. That's Federal Point. The importance of the Freeman family, where do I point this? There we go. Okay, this is what is going to become the largest park in New Hanover County. It will be called Freeman Park, and it is named after the Freeman family because they managed to hold on to that land against developers of many voracious kinds and has been left in its natural state. It will still be a beach, but all of the inland, everywhere that's green or brown, will become a nature park permanently forever as part of the Nature Conservancy and be completely dedicated to the environment. And it will be the largest park in New Hanover County. So that's part of why it's important for us to look at the Freemans a little bit. The Freemans, Snow's Cut didn't exist. Snow's Cut made an island where there wasn't one. So the Freemans owned both sides of what's now Snow's Cut. They owned most of what's the Carolina Beach State Park. They owned, okay, this is Robert Bruce Freeman Sr. He was, in the 1870s, he was the largest landowner, or one of the largest landowners in New Hanover County. He bought up failing plantations in the Carolina Beach area. He had 2 families from first wife and second wife, fairly far apart, because it was in his 50s when he married his second wife, who was 16. They were fishermen. They lumbered all of the longleaf pines, and they were farmers. One thing to point out is that the Freemans were never slaves. We have them as free people of color all the way back to the 1830 census. And in 1830, slaves didn't get their names in the census. So Robert Bruce Freeman bought up the plantations. This is his second wife. Come on. And he and both his first wife and second wife were major community leaders. They gave money for a camp to St. Stephen's, which was the largest black church in downtown Wilmington, and there was a camp that they came to every summer to hold camp meetings. They started and gave land for 3 or 4 of the small churches down at Federal Point. They donated money to schools. Robert Bruce Freeman served on the black school board of the Oak Hill School, which was down there. I have also found that Robert Bruce and his eldest son served on juries in downtown Wilmington with white leaders of the community. This is the 1870s, 1880s, before Jim Crow and the Troubles. And this is a good place to jump off to 1898, because before 1898, they were major significant citizens of New Hanover County. Robert Bruce Freeman died, he had 11 kids between the two wives. A lot of the property got left in very strange, not very well documented legally ways and divided up. And so, come on. There we go. The heirs property is a legal term that was used that comes from the British, where basically, how to explain this quickly. Okay, you have 3 children. Each child inherits a third. When child number 1 dies, their land goes to child 2 and 3, not to child 1's children. Okay? It was an old-fashioned way of doing it, and they didn't think it was fair in those days. But if you didn't leave a will that specifically divided up land, it made for they had to have a commission 10 years after he died to figure out how to divide up the land, because he had a deed, but it wasn't very clear as to which children got what. Okay, so the next generation comes along in the early 1900s. By now, Carolina Beach and Wrightsville Beach are booming resorts. And so 2 of his children decided, well, if they can have a resort, we can have one too. And of course, by now, segregation and Jim Crow has set in, and they can't go to Wrightsville Beach or Carolina Beach. So they set out to create their own resort. They named it Seabreeze, and it was the biggest resort for blacks in North Carolina. There were others. They came from the fields of eastern and central North Carolina by bus, by truck, by car, by any vehicle known to man to get down to their resort there on the ocean. This is, again, the heyday of the resort. It begins in the early 1920s, and exists through all of the 1930s. If any of you have heard of the Spaldings and the North Carolina Insurance Company that was so big in Durham, they had their convention down here. A lot of black groups had conventions at Seabreeze. There was a Dr. Burnett in Wilmington who wanted to build a camp for kids down there. It never quite got off the ground, but he had big plans. Come on. What am I doing wrong? There we go. This is, Bruce, this is where the pier, that's the other side of that picture. The pier was out over the water where it was nice and cool to dance. And they also talk about crabbing off the sides of it. So I guess you danced in the middle and crabbed off the side. A lot of people invested in hotels. The woman in the top is one of the investors in the, there were 5 hotels, I think. As I said, they came by every kind of vehicle. Just think about working in the tobacco in the fields in North Carolina all summer, and you get a week off, and you've got some tobacco money in your pocket. Where are you going to go to recreate? You're going to go to Seabreeze. Again, we're going to go fast. These are some of the developers. What am I doing wrong? Okay, this is, this gal is a Harlem, New York columnist, and she came down and visited Seabreeze, and she wrote about it and how it was almost like the tea rooms in Harlem. So they thought a lot of it. Snow's Cut comes in the 1929, 1930, changes the ecology of Myrtle Grove Sound drastically. They deepen it to put in the intercoastal waterway, and it becomes, it's beginning to cause a problem with the people who would basically wade across Myrtle Grove Sound to get to Freeman Beach to go to the ocean. They did have a ferry, but it didn't always run. There's been lots and lots of erosion. That's the real problem. The intercoastal waterway and then Snow's Cut Inlet. World War II. The kind of the end of the height of the resort was World War II. The black soldiers from Fort Bragg and Camp Davis, in a now integrated military, had nowhere to go on leave. If they came to Wilmington or Wrightsville Beach or Carolina Beach, they couldn't stay. They would get off the bus and stand in downtown Wilmington and look for some place that would welcome them on their leave. And Seabreeze was, in fact, the only integrated hotel complex or complex of hotels where they could stay. It was quite a real boom. And the federal government even gave them money to build some infrastructure for the soldiers who were pouring in from these two camps particularly. The biggest cultural influence is the music. Again, by the 1950s, you had soul music, rock and roll becoming popular on Ed Sullivan, traveling around the country. B.B. King, Chubby Checker, I can't bring them right now. Ike and Tina Turner were here, Fats Domino, Gladys Knight and the Pips. All of that is performing in big crowds of white audience. Nowhere to stay in Wilmington. No hotels. So they came after their shows back to Seabreeze, where there were hotels and places, bars, and places to let off steam. And of course, that music took over. And they called it in those days race music. And it took over so much that the boys from the Carolina Beach Boardwalk, and Skippy Winter told me this, would take a rowboat, across the inlet, go in the back door, because they weren't allowed to go in the front door, and dance with the new performers behind a rope. There was a rope that separated them. And we get race music. They take this music back to the Carolina Beach Boardwalk, get the Tijuana Inn to play it, and it becomes the Shag. And all rock and roll is really based back to the influence of the people who came to Seabreeze. Carolina Beach Inlet was the last of the big the next to last. It was cut. It's an artificial inlet, and it badly damaged Seabreeze and the intercoastal waterway. And of course, they're still fighting to keep it open. This is the Monte Carlo. One of Robert Bruce Freeman's granddaughters and her husband, Frank Hill, built this out on the beach. It's the only structure that was really built out on the sand of the ocean. It was called the Monte Carlo. It was a place to change your clothes, go to the bathroom, get a snack, dance. There seemed to be like a jukebox out there. And it was very, very popular for 3 years. It was built in the early 50s, and it washed away in Hurricane Hazel. So it lasted less than 5 years. They continued, there's an inside picture of it. Apparently, they had wonderful fried chicken. But they did use it a lot while they had it. Hurricane Hazel, we all know about the devastation, just simply swamped everything at Seabreeze. Now, this is an unincorporated area. Never could incorporate as a city because the county government wouldn't let them. They couldn't apply for federal aid. They mostly didn't have insurance because to run a business right there on the water, you mostly couldn't afford insurance. And so a lot got completely washed away. There were a few buildings that managed to stagger on into the 70s. They were mostly bars and dance halls. It was pretty rough. The hotels were all gone, and of course, once we had integration, there wasn't the same need for people to come down to Seabreeze to get to the ocean. I think we're just about done. Oh, yeah, we had Freeman Park got kind of abandoned. Well, not abandoned, but it was fishermen and bird watchers and turtle watchers for a good 20, 25 years. And then a few cultural things. Yeah, that's sort of what it looked like when I moved here in the 70s. Then they put in I-40, and I don't know if you all were here. You remember they said, everything's going to change. It did. And then they invented four-wheel drive Jeeps that were cool, and everybody had to have one, and everybody had to have some place to drive it. And then the land development started. And waterfront property went through the roof. And Freeman Park just became, on holiday weekends, there would be 10 to 15,000 people in their Jeeps out there, or four-wheel drives. I won't pick on Jeeps, but. And so the town of Carolina Beach was being bombarded by the taxpayers. Why don't you clean it up? Why don't you take care of it? Well, it didn't belong to Carolina Beach. It was county property. The county didn't want to deal with it and didn't have the vehicles or staff to go out there in the sand and deal with it. And they didn't want to hire a bunch of deputies to go out there. So they made an intergovernmental agreement that Carolina Beach would take over the administration of it if they could charge enough to pay them back for vehicles and infrastructure to supervise it. That's where we were until about 3 years ago, at which point Town Council of Carolina Beach worked a deal, bought from some developers, and bought from the descendants of Robert Bruce Freeman the last of the land with the promise it would become a perpetual park. And it is in the process of being developed. They have a $6 million grant from North Carolina Wildlife Resources, somebody, parks people, North Carolina parks people, and it's moving slowly. Poor Carolina Beach can only swallow so much park project at a time, and their lake has sort of subsumed them, but they are working on it, and they're making plans. So eventually, it will become a fairly major pedestrian park, not a four-wheel drive except along the ocean. So that's why it's important. And I spent about 2 years getting a historic marker put up at Seabreeze, and Pat and I think that it's something besides 1896, because I think, though there's some sad parts to the story, this has a happy ending. And the happy ending of this story is a middle-class family held on to their land until it could be preserved. And I think that's a story that should be told along with the other parts of our history. Questions?
I'm going to step in real quick because we are well past our time, but I'm just going to ask if we could add, say, another 10 minutes so we could finish this conversation. I make a motion, we add 10 minutes.
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Carry
Okay.
on, I'm sorry.
Anybody got
Any questions?
I went really fast.
Ms. Craybill?
Are these Freemans related to the Rachel Freemans?
Yes, it's Rachel, Bill Freeman, the sort of patriarch of the family now, is her husband. So these are the descendants of Rachel Freeman, yes, yes. That's another reason why it's important.
This is Dorian's great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, this is Rachel's great-great-grandfather. Well, she married into the Freemans. She's a Freeman by marriage, but.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm pleased to report Mr. Blanchard helped Carolina Beach facilitate the purchase of Freeman Park.
Way to go, Mr. Blanchard, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was our settlement to buy it.
Sell it on eBay?
It was a great vision that they had, that they battled it, I mean, because they'd been trying to, yeah, it was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very interesting.
Right, so I make a motion that we do whatever it takes to, instruct the staff to adopt this into curriculum, not this year, but 2026 school year. And Dr. Faison tells me that we actually taught Seabreeze at some point in the process, but it got discarded along the way somewhere, or it's optional or something.
Yeah, so local history to, the standards actually say you can embed some local history. So we have a number of teachers who currently teach Seabreeze. I know some of the ones on our team, some of our curriculum specialists, when they were in the classroom, they taught Seabreeze. So I would imagine that it is being taught throughout the district. This aligns with our standards. It's like I said, we have areas in our standards where we are to incorporate some of our local history. But I would imagine that we have a number of classrooms who are already bringing this in. So I would wonder if you would be willing to talk to some of the classrooms if they...
I was just going to say, I was a librarian for my career for 30 years. All I wanted to be was a teacher, a history teacher. But when I graduated from college in 1970, history teachers were driving pizza trucks. There were no jobs. And an advisor sat me down and said, unless you can coach football, basketball, and teach driver's ed, you can't be a history teacher. So I became a librarian instead. Wonderful career, loved it, great thing, but I am at heart a teacher. I would love to meet with various levels of social studies teachers, provide them resources, talk with them about the oral history, about the various families. I would just love to do workshops for teachers and share what I have with them.
And Ms. Weaver, there is some enthusiasm, and we expanded on this. We talked about having oral history because Robert, in the handout you have, the gentleman in the picture, the top left, he is living. That is Dorian's grandfather. And we could do oral histories with the people who are still living from the Freeman family. We could involve Ms. Brinson in terms of filming them. We can really get a whole lot going on with this. I just want to get them all rolling with emotion.
Okay, so you have a motion. I'll second it. Any other discussion? Yeah, question, Ms. Mason?
Since, Dr. Faison, this is probably for you. Since you mentioned that there are teachers and staff that have taught this, do we have any informal curriculum already developed to do so? And if that's, would that be something that would need to be reviewed, or?
So normally when our teachers, I know Mr. Bailey, who is our social studies curriculum specialist, and Mrs. Jelinski, our English specialist, they both were aware of this and talked about it. I know when he did it in his classroom, he shared, normally with items like this, they go to the historical sites. So I have talked to Ms. Bradford, and our nice young lady here will be sharing some information with us. So things like this, we basically have to go to historical sites and find that. So we're working on that. I also want to say, Ms. Bradford, we've talked about this oral history, and we've got to get it going. I would love to do it with our CTE classes and actually have them participate in that.
I love the idea of the instructional coach, because that will help streamline the process. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking that not that we don't value Dr. Fason's input, but I would like to hear from our lead social studies teacher, just like we did with Travis when he was here and we were and he explained to us about the 1898. I think it's kind of a little premature to say that we're going to put it in without having, seen it or anything like that. I'm not opposed to it, but I would like to have our teachers, our subject matter expert, kind of weigh in on that just a little bit, to make sure that we aren't going to step on anybody's toes inadvertently.
Ms. Mason?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bradford, but you just want the ball to start rolling, so those conversations, you want those conversations to actually start to happen more, is that correct?
I want the approval of the board to get it going.
Just to get it going, to get the conversation started? Okay.
Not to put it into curriculum.
With the goal
She said
of.
next year, like to roll out, so it'd be
If we
conversation
could
this
start
year.
the oral histories and all that sooner, because these people, have some age going on, all more better, and it's up to the staff to figure out when they can do it, how they can do it, and so on. I have no, other than this is a resource here that is so invaluable, that's my only suggestion.
And we actually talked about the oral history, not just for Seabreeze, but also for the Holocaust. We have valuable people in our community that can share that knowledge, so we
And
need to get that.
1898,
In 1898, it is something we will be getting going, because we talked about it. I've got it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That carries 6-0. And we have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much for coming, young lady.